Melody. What's up, JP? That is JP, right? No, it's like my camera just does this. I know it's goofy, but a couple people came in complaining about it yesterday. They're like, "What?" They were like, "I want to see your shitty room." Like, okay. Point being, if anyone complains again, I'll just change it back. I'll just cave. Yeah, it looks like a real green screen. It's kind of impressive that you don't need one. Although it's kind of flickering in the background. So that part's not real. But anyway. How's it going? Did you some green screens do that? Oh really? Hmm. Yeah, how's it going? I think I'm not gonna mix today. I think I'm gonna read some theory. Haven't done that in a while. And then probably do a lot of instrument stuff today. I'll probably play a lot of instrument today. I'll do a little ear training too, but I haven't been reading any theory in a while, so a while back I'm pretty sure Variable was telling me that like 12 veto is yeah, I'm gonna practice more random pieces. Well, they're not random, I'm just gonna keep going through that book. Or are you saying you're gonna practice random pieces? Yeah, like Variable a while back was talking about how yeah, I am, yeah. 12 veto is like the intersection of the oh you're good. I understood. I think of schismatic and mean tone or something like that. And I just so every once in a while I think about that when I'm playing my regular piano. I just got my piano tuned today, and it's been out of tune. And what was funny was that when I played it in tune, like it felt kind of boring, even though it's more in tune now. So I think I just don't like things being in tune as much anymore. Because I used to always like it when the piano got tuned. I always thought it felt really fresh. But now I'm like, oh, it's so mild. Like Zia Rose one time said, I think on Twitter or something, said that 12 veto is mid. And that's kind of how I was feeling. Uh, but it got me thinking about what is 12 Ito from the microtonalist perspective. And I was remembering, I'm pretty sure it was Variable was saying that it's like where mean tone meets uh schismatic or something like that. So now I kind of just want to read about it. You love standard tuning? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me when I'm listening to it. I think it's just, you get, as you get, if you get into like Zen harmony and microtonal stuff, you kind of get spoiled by the novelty of the new sounds. And like, there's something you get out of it you don't get out of standard. There's certain chords you can play that you can't play in standard, and I think more than that, and even simpler than that, simpler than any specific chords or like, I don't know, even specific tunings, is just, it's just like that constant exposure to like new sounds. Like, it makes it makes kind of fundamental things feel fresh again, and then you have all this like kind of new stuff that you don't really know what it is. And yeah, it's just being immersed in that novelty. It's hard to go back to 12 Ito from that. I think though also, like, having played for a long time before I got into this, I think gives me a particular perspective too, because even when I was doing all standard tuning stuff, I not all at once, but over time I kept pushing my ear, like what I could tolerate in my own composition and like what I thought sounded good. And like, when I first tried playing jazz, it was like some of it was hard for me because I didn't like a lot of the chords. I didn't like, for instance, the minor major 7. I didn't like the dominant sharp 9s. There's a lot of sounds that are even like standard in jazz that I just like, I don't know, for whatever reason, I didn't like them. They never sounded good like on their own, but I would listen to music that would use them, because I've been a big Miles Davis fan for a long time. And no, I mean, I love listening to jazz. It's not that I have a problem with jazz itself as a genre. I'm a big jazz fan. I mean, there's a lot of bigger jazz fans than me, but I've been listening to jazz and jazz fusion since I was a teenager. But when I would play the chords, when I would just play a particular chord on the piano, I would go, what the heck? I don't like this. It just didn't play the chord, and I don't know, it just didn't sound good. But I would hear other people using it, and I would go, well, they're making it sound good. What's going on? Like, what are they doing that I'm not doing? And I spent a lot of time like learning the sound, and I kept trying to play them, and I kept learning more about jazz in general and how to play it in a general way. And I learned some tunes, and I started to I started to get the sounds. They started to become like more part of my language, and they started to resonate with me when before they didn't. And now I use a lot of those chords like all the time. They're just kind of in my pocket now. And the whole point I'm getting at is that, I did like normal music, and I like kept pushing my, tolerance for what I could do as a composer, and as a musician, what I could play and enjoy. I learned to understand things that I didn't get at first. And again, it's not that I didn't get it as a listener. Like, I always accepted it as a listener. I never had a problem with jazz as a listener. I know some people do. So I know this might be kind of confusing that I'm saying this, because that's sort of more of the trope, is that people don't get jazz from a listening perspective. I never had a problem with that. I've had a much harder time accepting dream theater than jazz. Uh, Although even dream theater has kind of grown on me. But yeah. Anyway, I I played piano for, well, when did I start microtonal stuff? I started like 3, maybe close to 4 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago, I started doing microtonal music. And so I was already playing piano for almost 20 years. And I just, I had done a lot of stuff in 12 Edo to push my ear. I went, I was doing like synthetic scale stuff. I was getting into some territory that I thought was like really kind of interesting, but it was really hard to, it was really hard to keep pushing in that direction because it was getting to the point where it was like, it's sometimes it was hard to keep up with what I was doing, and it required me to be systematic on a like more intense level than I'm usually comfortable with. Or it was almost like, it was almost getting to that kind of like 12 tone serialism zone where you like have to be like so hyper systematic about how you write. Because I'm doing all this synthetic scale stuff, and it's like, it's a lot of I don't know. It was definitely cool, and I kind of wish I'll probably go back to it eventually and try to push it further because I didn't really write a whole lot using that. But I was getting some really interesting sounds. Um, but I was also getting to this point where you're almost just like inventing these games just to get into new territory. Like it almost becomes comical, like what you do just to try something different, harmonically speaking. So, although I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff I've kind of neglected that's a lot simpler. Like I never got deep into blues or gospel. Um, or like any like folk music. But honestly, that's not really my thing, really. But I've never been a big fan of like traditional music of any kind, except like classical and jazz. But those, I don't think those I consider like art music. So anyway, um, no, I mean gospel has a lot of cool shit. I'm not arguing that. I'll listen to it. I've never like bothered to learn it or in any serious way. Anyway, there's so much to learn. It's not like I learned everything, but I did push myself for a long time. And once I started doing microtonal stuff, it it became a lot easier to like get that kind of feeling of like trying something new and exposing yourself. Like you don't really have to try that hard to try something new. That's, in a way you get, in a way you get spoiled on that. And it's like I don't want to, I don't know. It's like synthetic scales are so much work, and like you don't, I don't know. It's like you don't even know. It's almost equally as confusing as microtonal music, but maybe fewer people even care about that, and I don't know. It's very like very similar in a way. Anyway, I think I was at a good point to like go off into this. If I want to do something, I will do it. Yeah, absolutely. I have a hard time not doing it. Um, Anyway, it was a long rant, but whatever. That's why I stream, so I can just ramble. Alright, anyway. Maybe I learned something about 12 Veto today. Server being 13 seconds. Oh, yeah. I don't know that anyone has shown up to my stream that early. Maybe once or twice. Yeah, that was like as soon as I signed on. It must be crazy to be, I don't know, it must be such a cool feeling, like, to be like a popular streamer, you know? Where like you sign on and people are like already like on they're like waiting. That just seems like unreal to me. I'll be very surprised if I ever get to that point. I do love streaming though. It would be awesome. I've been thinking about like how I can expand the stream. I think next year I really have to kind of like finish this Doom Salad stuff. And I have other projects outside of the stream I'm working on, but like once this stuff starts to wrap up, which is still gonna be a while, but once it starts to wrap up, I think I'm gonna like expand the stream. Like I want to stream more, and oh, that's right, yeah, you're in Florida, and I want to do piano stuff on stream, which some of it. I mean, I have an electric piano, so I can do some microtonal piano stuff as well. I have a keyboard too I can retune. I don't know, I'm even thinking about just like playing some piano on stream. And kind of doing some of that as well. I think I would get more viewers for that than I do for this. Although it's hard to say because I'm not usually popular in anything I do, so. But there's just more people interested in piano. No, I'll definitely do both. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop doing microtonal stuff at any point. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna like I want to just do more stuff on stream. Because I don't know, I do a lot more stuff. It's just like right now it's like kind of I don't really have the setup for it. But I could buy like if I got one more camera and got like a really long cable or like a maybe like a third monitor that could be portable somehow. Because I think I could run the stream if I had a third monitor. I could watch the chat. I could like literally just watch the stream on the third monitor or something like that. Like there's different things I could try. But I would need to be able to set up a second station. And that's the thing, like right now everything is at my desk next to my computer, and like everything else I want to do is kind of like either have to go over to the piano or the keyboard or the electric piano. And I just got to figure out how to set that up. You can get a cheap TV on eBay. Yeah, I mean, I could get another cheap monitor. The monitor I have is like super cheap. I'm thinking though, like maybe I should get like a tablet and like run the stream from the computer and then like just watch the stream on the tablet. And if something goes wrong, I can just go over to the computer, fix it. I don't know though, maybe that wouldn't work, because what if I need to ban somebody? That's the other thing, it's like, I don't know how to get the mouse. Maybe I could get like a cheap laptop or something. I don't know if that would work though. It wouldn't stream. Mods. Oh yeah. No, I could definitely mod some more people. Oh. I don't know though. I don't know that I need to do that right now. Now what the heck? How do you do it? Alright. There you go. First YouTube mod. It's JP. Don't let the power go to your head too quickly. Um, but yeah, I got modded on a variable stream and it went straight to my head. I just went mad. I went mad with power. Nobody was in chat, so I couldn't like ban everybody. I would have though. Only only like Steven Weigel was in there. And I couldn't ban him out of respect. You can time people out. I don't even know how to moderate in YouTube. I've never really. There's been a couple kind of sketchy people, but they've never like. No, I think I banned someone one time or timed them out because they were saying a bunch of racist stuff. They were just like saying random slurs or something. Used to stream. Oh, cool. What would you stream? Games? Yeah. What game were you streaming? Or is it just a bunch of stuff? Fortnite? Oh, right on. My cousin's really into Fortnite. I have yet to play it. Oh, it was like Kleismic. That's what it was. You don't like to share the channel? Oh, right on. Oh, good. Added a minigun when you shoot it. It plays. It plays a song. Oh, is that the name of the song? Oh. Okay. Yeah, so the 12 Ito page is interesting because I haven't seen this on any of the, or haven't noticed, I don't remember noticing this on any of the other pages, but it has like different limit interpretations of the intervals, whereas most of the tunings have just one column with several intervals ranked by like the leading interpretation. So like in 22, it's got like all the super pyth stuff to the left, and then it's got which I think is all like 5 and 7 limit, and then it'll have like some random limit stuff in there, and then like the 11 limit, but they're not in separate columns. Yeah, so here's the yeah, so here's the 5 limit, or 7 limit, I mean. Then the 11 limit. This is in 17. Oh, they're both in 17. The 5 limit. 11. 3. They're not really ranked by the closest interval, though. They're ranked by, like, how consistent they are with this being a fifth and so on. Like, this is a third. Wait, 11 limit. Um, well, that's fine. Um, I don't know. I don't really know I don't know how they get to these. It represents the 11 odd limit consistently. I mean, oh, interesting. Not make it go back. Oh well. Yeah, I love 22. I wonder if how would you make a 22 equal keyboard? Has anyone tried that? Wow, look at that. I think that's porcupine layout. Is it? I don't know what that is. That looks awful. I really wish there were more creative designs for the keys. Like I like the what is that thing, that Walker organ or whatever? Yeah, this thing. Like the keys are so interesting the way they're laid out. They kind of like interlace. You have the 3 white keys, the 4 white keys, and the 2 black keys and the 3 black keys. And then you have a bunch of blues. And I do wish they like, it looks like the blues are all double sharps and double flats. I wish they made those separate colors, honestly. Because, like, it looks like the black keys are sharp and flat. Like, I really think a 5-color scheme would be way easier to interpret. It's kind of annoying. And I don't like 7 double sharps. I find that pretty annoying. I think 7 sharps and 7 flats is easier to think about. But I do understand the temptation to do 2 and 3 for the sharps and flats because that's how it is on a piano. But I don't know. I think it's easier to just do 2 and 3 double sharps and just do 5 double sharps and 5 double flats. Yeah, the blue notes are double sharp. So I'm assuming like directly above F, this blue F is F. Well, maybe it is F sharp. I think it's F. Well, let me see. Maybe I can figure this out because he just played a little bit. Okay, so actually, the blue is half sharp. So hold on. So this layout, this is just basically Bose and K. He's going D half sharp. This is D sharp, where you would expect it. So yeah, the blues are double sharps and double flats, which are also half sharp and a half flat. So He goes D. Then this, come on, can I not make this bigger? How do you make it bigger? Yeah. He's going. What the heck? Man. Yeah, from here to here is D, D F sharp, E sharp. Right? Then what do you do? Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. I get it now. So the white key is D. This is D half sharp, the blue one right above it. The black one right above that is D sharp. Then this is E flat, this black key right here. So there's two sets of black keys. The ones that are below the white keys are flat. The ones that are above the white keys are sharp. And then the blues above the white key are half sharp. The blues below the white key are half flat. This is, so yeah, this is D, D half sharp, D sharp, E flat, E half flat, E. And that's all he's playing. But yeah, it does make sense, but like, I mean, I don't think it would be that hard to get used to, but I really do think a 5-color scheme would be better. Honestly, it would just, I mean, they're already color coded beyond what's normal. Why not just make 5 colors? It would just be slightly more obvious. But whatever. Yeah, this is a 31 equal. The Fokker organ, the keyboard's a 31 Edo layout. Yeah, you have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C is all in the white keys. C sharp, B sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and then D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat, because they are distinct in 31. Then you have C half sharp, which is also, I guess it's D double flat or whatever. D double flat. Something like that. Or D sesqui flat. Is that what it is? Does it work? Because half sharp, sharp, sesqui sharp, double sharp. Oh no, yeah, D double flat. D double flat, which is C half sharp. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know why they. I don't know. It's like when you get like in here, colors are like not even helpful. You're just stacking blues on top of each other. Stack the blacks on top of each other. I wonder why they chose that. Right. Anyway. of cool. But yeah, I like. Anyway, the whole reason I pull this out is because I like these like layered systems of key beds and stuff. Hey, look, Getty has a
Thinner
Hawker
than
organ
paper.
piece.
Once you wear these ice silk pants once, you will never want to wear other pants again.
You hate that. This is bizarre, that. You can write something for the Fokker organ, and they'll like get somebody to play it. Like they really want compositions for the Fokker organ. This is pretty bad though. I don't know. I'm not into that. Random notes. I learned today that Ligeti does microtonal music. It's because I got my piano tuned today, and the piano tuner was like asking me what I've been up to, and I was telling him about the microtonal stuff. He's telling me like Ligeti has all this microtonal music. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I never hear him get brought up. Like people bring up Ives and Vishnegrodsky or however you say that guy's name. But never hear about Ligeti. In fact, people bring up Xenakis, and he's not even technically, well, he's only technically microtonal. Zeta. Is it becoming time to create the craziest song? Maybe. PhD in bullshit tonality. Rolls off the tongue, right? Um, well, it's this schismic Pythagorean equivalence continuum. This continuum is interesting in that these are all 5-limit temperaments supported by 12 Ito. Converges to schismic as n approaches infinity. I think this is what variable was maybe talking about. So mean tone is on one end, and schismic is at the other. So I don't know what. They equate some number of schismas with the Pythagorean comma. So if you equate one schisma, you get mean tone. If you equate two schismas, you get diaschismic. And so on. And if you equate infinity schismas with a comma, schismic. Schisma is the amount by which the Pythagorean comma exceeds the didymus comma. Or how much a just major third lower than a Pythagorean diminished fourth. Or maybe that's backwards, but C.O. Ma. Who's the real guy in the chat? Hemiola diseases. Yeah, Mr. Leaky Eye appointed JP as a mod. I don't know if that was a mistake. I have so far not appointed any YouTube mods. So I'm trying it out with JP. If JP abuses his power, I'm gonna be really hesitant to appoint more mods. I have such a low viewer count. I don't think I need more mods. I think I have 3 Twitch mods, which is funny because I have even fewer Twitch viewers. Basically, if you view the stream on Twitch, you're probably a mod. But I only have 1 YouTube mod, mostly because I don't really understand why and how the YouTube moderation even works. Everyone is sugaring or suffering. We did just have Halloween, so I guess they could be related. This defies the tradition of tertian harmony as a just major triad is C, F flat, G. You might want to write it as C down E, G. You need 118 Edo to get the full effect of schismatic. Dude, that is one big pool of notes. This 53 can work, but it's not as good. Dude, if you have 118 notes, like, just do GI at that point. It's gonna be just as annoyingly complicated. But maybe not, I don't know. I don't really know what it even means. Mean to. Heptacot comma. Divides the fifth into 7 equal parts. Heptacot. Yeah, well temperaments are kind of interesting because some of the fifths are pure and some of them are not. So every key sounds a little bit different. Or I guess most of the key. I guess I don't know. One tempered fifth is flat by a syntonic comma. And then one is flat by a schisma. And you have 10 pure fifths. I want to hear a schisma. That's a nice sound. Hear a schisma. What will we do, Gorigio? It's time to suffer. In this terrible world, you're looking to Gorodin for advice. Hmm. This is how I've always thought people should view me as like a like a wise soul. How do I help this person? How do I help Mr. Leaky? Well, figure it out. Damn it. How can I help? Well, I mean, I don't even know what's wrong, Mr. Leaky. Why are you suffering? Did you have too much candy this Halloween? That will pass. You know, sometimes when I'm down, I take comfort knowing that, you know, I'm gonna die at some point. Like, it's not gonna last forever. You know? I mean, eventually you're gonna die. I mean, it could get worse, but it'll end. And hopefully you don't go to hell. I mean, I guess you could. Maybe maybe hell is real. I don't know how strict God is, you know? If hell is real and God is like really strict, then you know, maybe maybe when I die, I'm gonna go to hell, you know? Like, I don't think I've been that bad, but who knows? I mean, I don't know what, like, which, like, do I have to, like, go door to door and stuff? You know what I mean? And, like, tell people about Jesus? Or, like, what if it's, you know, what if the Muslims are right? You know what I mean? Like, what if I need to do that version of it, you know? So maybe dying is not a release or relief, you know? Maybe it sucks even worse. So you just have to hang on to this moment. The moment of suffering you're experiencing right now is nothing compared to the suffering you're gonna experience for eternity. So at least you're still alive, you know what I mean? Uh, that's all I got. Or maybe you know, maybe you're going to heaven. In which case, like, it's great. Like, just just wait around till you die. It's gonna be fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Death is gonna be so awesome. You're gonna look back on life and be like, dude, that shit sucked. What was I doing? Should have been here the whole time. Maybe Gordon gives very bad reassurance, however, we still look up to him. Yeah, there you go. Hey, what's up, Dylan? I'm giving life advice to Mr. Leaky. The shit monkey mage? Yeah, I'm there. I want to hear it, but Zen paper's not working. That doesn't seem right. Why is it so low? You know what? What am I doing? Should have done this all along. Wow. just want to stack the schisma. I just want a schisma stack. I want to alternate the schisma with the syntonic comma. Actually, what do you get if you just do syntonic comma? Variable times, just like in the Lorax. Those sound just as bad. Nestoria tempers out S19. Alright, I think it's time to do some ear training. Does it talk about tempering the comments? If you play it, you're missing the point. Alright, sorry. The schisma is the difference between this and this. It equals this. Tempering it out gives schismatic, schismic, or Helmholtz. 5 limit microtemperament. Notice these intervals are 5 limit. Nestoria. 12 and 53. Whatever. I don't know. What is that? Negis are primodal scales that more or less roughly approximate the equal tuning with the corresponding number of notes per octave. These scales achieve consonance by ensuring that all intervals share a relatively small common denominator. What is that here? Well-temperament. Is it a Neji near equal JI? I don't think this is primodal by default. Concept was first proposed. Oh, I guess it is. Zia made it up. All right. Heliac scales. The heck is this? Neji's how cool depends on the scale if it's considered primordial. I thought it was like I just thought it was any like basically like detempered Edo, like any like, or not detempered, but like any like anytime you like map JI to like a Edo, more or less. Or like a, I guess any equal division doesn't have to be an octave. There's different ways of doing it. I know what Zia does. I mean, she does the. I know she takes like the harmonic series notes from 2 times some prime to 4 times the prime, and then just like picks some to go in the to replace the normal notes. She pretty much usually does it in 12, I guess. I don't know what she does. I have not kept up with her. Taking it from the harmonic series keeps the complexity low. Yeah, depends on who you ask, I guess. I agree though, but you know, some people think if you go past a certain prime limit, it's like you're never actually hearing it in that particular way, but I don't know that I agree with that. I've never gotten that deep into JI though. I don't really have an opinion on it. Sick means 3 things in English. Not feeling good, cool, perverted. Right. When is it all 3? That's what I want to know. Like when is it all 3? Stick. Thank you, Mr. Leaky, for pointing out a typo, which was, in this case, completely unintentional. Stick. Zia is usually right as she uses ears. You're right. Well, there you go. What does he mean keep asking intentional like that? I mean, what do you mean? What do I mean? Okay, it's an accident. Everything Mr. Leaky says is an accident. Like, that's sick, you're sick, you're sick. Yeah. Look, so say you didn't want to go to work. So I can see where you can get 2. Like, if you don't want to go to work, you know what I mean? So if you were sick and you could call out of work, that could be sick. Like, it'd be cool because you don't want to go. Alternatively, you could not get to go to work because you did something perverted and got caught, which obviously wouldn't be sick socially, but maybe on just a personal level, you'd go, well, at least I don't have to go to work, right? That's kind of sick. But I can't imagine an instance where it's all 3. How can it be cool, physically ill, and perverted all at once? It's sick that I don't have to go to work because I'm sick and my boss is sick. I mean, that's, yeah. But I guess you wouldn't be like, if you have to do better context. I don't know. That's why I'm like not, that's why I'm not like a joke writer. You better get used to the comments sick on your stuff. You don't like that term as a compliment? Your boss is sick in the head? A lot of people feel that way about their boss, I'm sure. Whether it's deserved or not. You can tell the difference. Oh, Doman, did you think they were insulting your, what can we do about what? What can we do about it? Good question. You knew they were positive? You know, one thing I always hated when my friends, when my white friends would say word like unironically, like you'd be like, or I guess it's maybe slightly ironic, but you'd be like, you know, blah 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 blah, and they go word. And I used to just think that was so lame. Like, why are all these white hipsters saying word? And then I just started saying it. I couldn't help myself. And I became one of them. I just say it. I thought sick was weird at first, but was never that against it. It was just, I don't know. Ella's future as foretold by the Lorax. Dr. Seuss. You think English has the most slang? How would one know? The diminished chord is the hardest. I'm getting, all I'm doing is when I listen to the chord stretched out, I'm just like trying to figure out which note is the root. There, I think it's the bottom note. But the diminished chord, it eludes me. I think part of the reason is because there's a fully diminished 7th chord, which is symmetrical. And also it's a less common chord, and it's not a stable chord anyway. I'm having a harder time hearing the root. But I got it there, which is good. Ah, man. Damn it. I just got confused there. Yeah, diminished chord. I think the top note is the leading tone. What does that tell you? The leading tone of a diminished chord is typically the root. Okay, that worked. That reposition? No. Oh, wow. So, I did kind of hear it, I just doubted myself there. Can't really pursue that train of thought. Yeah, the diminished chords really threw me off. 9 viewers. Or suspicious theories about certain regular chat characters. You got more likes for your Minecraft build than for music? Yeah, I've gotten like no likes on anything. Well, that's not true. I've gotten some likes on some things, but for the amount of work and time I've put into music, you'd think I'd have something to show for it, you know? I think I'd have a little more, let's just say. Alright, this is way better than I did 2 days ago. 2 days ago I had half correct. And the day before that I had less than half. So once I get comfortable doing this, I'll try to do it without hearing the individual notes. Already got wrong. So anyway. But yeah, that one Really seemed difficult at first, but it's starting to make sense. Almost perfectly accurate. Pretty slow though. Alright. Hold on. Let me just wait. How do you continue? There's 7 people watching and 3 popping sigh. What does that mean? To inspire us all. Crazy clock time. Yeah. It's time for the crazy clock. Ah. That's the weirdest sound fourth I've ever heard. These are like, sometimes these just sound so wacky. Eh. The soundtrack of the end of time in the universe. Subscribe to Doman. You're unpingable with the care. What? Your stream brings you so much joy at the end of the universe. Have a good one, JP. Catch you next time. 22. I think it's a new high score. Yeah. I've usurped Cam when he wasn't at his peak. I like being in 22nd on 22. My old score was more accurate, but very slow. Tristan has like done this one to death. Variable still yet to best Pirate Bill. Wonder who Pirate Bill is. Gordon's incredible kindness to read our crazy messages and despite his theories about us all. I have no theories, just rambling. My theory. I should have known that. Oh, I don't know these. What? God, I'm so bad at 19. $23? Is that a high score? That is a high score. I made 2 high scores today. 2 personal bests today. 1 in 22 and 1 in 17. I don't know why I'm so bad at 19 now. These rankings, you blocked some of the folks on there in the past. I'm dredging up old hurts and drama. I'm very sorry. All right. Yeah, I guess my stream title was compelling. I don't know how all that YouTube crap works, honestly. It's just you enjoy blocking people. Right. Right. Do you ever do this ear trainer? Do you ever try it? I think I asked you that before. You said you don't. I think I'm on 3A. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna... You suck at it and it's so frustrating. I was literally saying that exact same thing like when I started doing this. Like, this is the only time I've ever been interested in doing ear training. Is because I just find the microtonal stuff so interesting. And like I kind of don't care that it sucks to suck, of course, but I don't know, I like doing it. I guess part of it is I don't feel like I should be good at it, you know? Whereas all the regular ear stuff, I've always felt like I should be good at it. But since I've persisted with microtonal ear training, my normal ear has gotten like way more accurate. And so now I feel a little better about just ear training in general. But I first started doing ear trainers when I was like 15. That was like 21 years ago. And I always sucked at them. Maybe I was 16 or 17, but still, it was like about 20 years ago. And I always sucked at them. Like, I remember for the longest time, I like couldn't tell the difference between a fourth and a fifth. Actually, if you played harmonic fourths and fifths, I'd probably still get them confused a lot. But at least I can point out the melodic ones. But yeah. I've never been I've never been the guy with the ear, you know, I'm still not. Like I do have a good score on the 12 Edo one, but that's only because this is the microtonal ear trainer. People don't come here to do 12 Edo. And I do the 12 Edo one like every day. And I happen to get lucky like one time and got like a ton of tritones, which I can point out a tritone like right away. But yeah, I've never I've never had like a great ear. Alright, so the visualizer is working. For the past few years, you never touched 12. You got some really fast though. Cool. We had very strange ear training in college with strange tiny professors. Yeah, that would be me. I'm pretty tiny myself. Unless you're talking about something else. I don't know what you're talking about. Like a like a cartoon. Alright, how do you play this song? This is an F. I'm the ear training heavyweight among the folks that actually do original music. I don't know. Like if Zia's not just like bullshitting for interviews to look cool, it sounds like she's got a better ear than I do. I don't see her on the microtonal ear trainers though. Unless she's got an alias. I'm pretty sure Inthar makes original music too. Yeah, Inthar definitely, and Abnormality makes music. He's doing better than me on a few of them. I'm pretty sure Abnormality has a better ear than I do. Just naturally. There's also a big advantage to like when I was that age, like my ear was so bad, like there's no way I would have gotten anywhere near where I'm getting now. Like the only reason I'm getting the scores I'm getting now is because I have years of training behind me. Yeah, they're both on there. Yeah, they're definitely on there. Inthar like picks certain keys to do. Yeah. I think Inthar really likes 43. Nobody's on 43. I mean, Cam Taylor is on there all the time. I mean, Cam makes original music too. Cam's actually like really high up on most of these. Granted, I think Cam just improvises. I don't think he really writes anything, but he does create his own music. That's for sure. I don't know that. I don't know that he's would call himself a composer, but definitely a talented improviser. um, yeah, I'm nobody special. You know, I have some decent scores on there, but nothing to nothing to write home about. You know, stuff I'm personally proud of, but not really not really anything crazy. Again, I've never been the guy with the ear. Like I know there's a lot of people I know who, you know, if I said, "Hey, check out these microtonal ear trainers," you know, they would make bad scores on them because they've never done it before, but they would probably catch up to me in a short amount of time, you know. If they were just a little bit consistent, they could catch up because they just have more of a knack for that. That's always been a weak point of mine. Your training doesn't seem very important to you. Depends on what you want to do. Like if you like playing with other people, like it definitely is necessary to have like a good enough ear. That doesn't it's not necessarily a skill you get from ear trainers though. Like it's when you're playing with other people, it's more about knowing kind of the big picture of what's going on. And you know, there's obviously ways to help even people with like not great ears. Like you can write charts for your tunes and stuff. That helps. But like if you're improvising a lot, you know, it's good to it's good to know at least what key everybody's in. Even if you're not going to stick to the key, it's good to know like when you're in and when you're out. And it's even better if you can tell what chord is being played at any given moment. Obviously, a lot goes into improvising with a group, like there's nuances of style and all this other nonsense, but like if you at least know the basic harmony, like you can at least play notes that won't rub the wrong way, you know? Seems like some non-musical nerds on XA have a good ear. I mean, there definitely are some people who have a great ear who don't really make music. Like EDM doesn't really make music. Some people who are into microtonality are like kind of into it. They're just into the theory, you know? They're into the math and stuff. And some of them have a really good ear. And you know, probably a lot of the people with a really high score too are, yeah, equally divided mind. He comes in here, oh, he hasn't been here in a while, but he used to come in here every now and again. Usually comes in to hang out with Variable. But, haven't seen him lately. But he's in, like, he'll pop up on other streams and, like, even has a video or two of, like, some isomorphic keyboard stuff. Anyway, point being, like, I am agreeing with you that there are basically non-musicians who have really good ear. I mean, it's definitely like largely a genetic thing. Uh, but there's also some degree of like having the patience for it. Like one thing that really held me back from like developing my ear was the feeling that I should have a better ear to be a musician. And just the fact that I did so poorly with it was so hard to tolerate. Like I couldn't take that blow to my ego. And so I never really felt like working on it. And that's why I only develop my ear very slowly by intermittently practicing it when I really felt compelled to learn something by ear or try out an ear trainer for whatever reason. But yeah, it's been a very slow and painful process to get where I'm at. What helped you is ignoring that and making music. I mean, yeah, just making music does help for sure. That probably helps. I mean, that's gonna help regardless. But I mean, you know, as we were just saying, like you can develop the skill without making music. You can just do the ear trainers, and you'll eventually learn to discriminate the intervals. I mean, it's really a matter of time. And like if you can develop strong associations between the intervals and particular songs or melodies, then you'll do it even faster. But you can just do it just by rote. Your college music theory class placed your ear training exclusively, not. Oh, you were placed by ear training, no theory knowledge. It was very frustrating. Yeah, I mean some teachers really kind of overemphasize it and others kind of underemphasize it. I think it's hard to find the right balance. And again, I think part of the reason for that is because I really do believe there's a strong genetic component to having a good ear that maybe even with relative pitch, because I know a lot of people who have a really strong relative pitch that don't have perfect pitch, but even like almost have perfect pitch because their relative pitch is so good. And I think they're more or less like they're born with that ability to discriminate tones. in that way. Yeah, it's definitely like some early development or something, but I mean, you can even have like kind of a, I don't know if I have a bad, like, I don't think I have a bad ear for what sounds good or what sounds correct in a particular style. I actually think I have a pretty good like ear for that. Like when I was first taking piano lessons and I was learning songs, like I think I like was pretty good at like figuring out what the song was supposed to sound like coming up with the with a good like musical interpretation of the notes like before I even like fully knew the song. And like I had a strong sense of like when things kind of didn't make sense, like a lot of like Bach's Invention 8. I remember I was learning that and it's like it's very not it does not sound like a modern piece of music at all. It sounds very off sometimes. And that was a struggle to learn because like the interpretation was like so like to interpret that properly would have required me to like be familiar with Baroque music, which I was not. Whereas a lot of Bach's music kind of transcends the time period. Sounds a little more contemporary because either it was ahead of its time or it is just timeless for whatever reason. But yeah, I was like always sensitive to like stuff sounding correct or incorrect. I definitely wasn't like oh, this is the note and these are the rhythms. So it was never a math equation for me. Like there was always like this interpretive element, like from very early on, which you could call your ear in a way. Like sometimes when we're talking about a musician's ear, we're kind of talking about that. We're talking about their interpretive abilities in kind of a broader sense. I think at that I've never I think I maybe I have a knack for that. Um Maybe it's just easier to preserve my ego behind something more abstract. But at the same time, I definitely did not have a strong start with these quantifiable correct or incorrect, like ear trainers identify the interval. I always sucked at them. You want to transcribe, transcribe. These online apps are pretty much games. They're good if you enjoy them. Yeah. And yeah, I figured out like way more music by ear. Like I didn't do ear trainers for a long time. I spent way more time just like pulling up songs on YouTube or on my phone and listen to a segment and figure it out. And then once I kind of learn it, move on to the next segment and stuff. And some things I picked up quickly, some I got frustrated with and gave up. But most like standard harmony stuff, like if it doesn't get into like crazy chords, and I can figure out most like pop stuff. Maybe not like the specific voicing, like to the note. I'm not saying I have like high resolution understanding, but just in the vague sense of what's going on, what's the tonality, is it major, minor, blah blah blah. I can usually lock in with that, and that's usually good enough to play with other musicians as long as we're not doing something like that requires like a really elevated ear. So yeah, just you know, quantifiable details are not that important. Yeah, I mean, it depends, you know, it depends. So it depends on who you want to play with and what you're doing. Because like if you want to play with people who have like a really strong ear and are gonna throw things at you that's gonna require more of you, then obviously more is gonna be required of you, you know. But in most instances, I do agree with you. It's not really that important, yeah. You see young people get bogged down with that. It's often not seeing the forest for the tree. Yeah, I do agree with that. And I mean, you know, in my experience, it takes time regardless, so you don't have to rush into it. Yeah. Oh, well, this whole tangent, the whole reason I was saying this was because there does seem to be this like since there are some musicians, I do think they're probably the minority, but there's still enough of them that have such a good ear intuitively. I think that they tend to overestimate, and then there's a lot of people more like me who kind of have shit ears who tend to underestimate. It definitely is important, but like, you know, it's so context dependent, and in so many contexts, your ear doesn't have to be that refined. And you know, if you want to do transcription for a living, obviously it should be quite refined. But yeah, I do have bad ears. Well, thanks, Nathan. Thanks for chiming in just to say that. But for a musician, I have pretty bad ears, or at least pretty mid. But for a non-musician, just for a regular guy, it's fine because I'm trained. But Nathan, you should beat my score on here since you think my ear is so bad. Come at me, bro. Get my score, Nathan. Wordbook.com. I see Nathan at number 3. In the meantime, that's just like leave the disparagement to myself. You're number 2 on your alt? No, variables number 2. All right. Or is this? So which A chord do I go to here? I don't know who Nathan is, but he's just trolling. Anyway. So I have an A chord. So I have that's one option is do the down A major. So Kia F has down A. Probably the right choice. We'll just stick with that for now. So this is down E. What is this note? Is this regular F? Just something else. So ah man. I think that's fine. I think the regular F is good there. So and so this down A goes with down D. So F. Up to C chord. The down D sounds better there than D natural. And then let's see. And then is that right? Doesn't seem right. Should be F on top. And then it's just one octave below. Alright. So yeah. If anyone watching is unfamiliar with what I'm doing, this is this keyboard is in 22 equal. So split the octave into 22 slices. And so the music is not written in 22 equal, it's just regular 12 equal music. So you have like certain instances where, well, for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. You just play the note that you're reading. But there are certain instances where the specific note you're reading might not actually match up. So you have to make a decision if you're going to do like maybe a note next door. So like in this song, since there's like a funny chord, it's an A major chord. In the key of F, you don't even play, you don't play regular A, you play down A. And so here you play like a down A major chord, which for 22 is kind of like normal. Yeah, and then you have instances where you have like, you have a D, just down D. We had like anyway, there's actually nothing crazy in this song that, or confusing in this song where I wasn't really sure what to do, but basically anytime I see something like this, it does make me pause and think about like, okay, this is a chord outside of the key. Are there any special considerations here? Like, do I have to play a different sort of note than what I would normally play there? Do I play any instruments? I play piano. I sing, or attempt to. I do play guitar, although not nearly as well as I play piano. And then I'm learning to play this thing. It's called a linnstrument. It's a, some people might argue it's not technically an instrument at all since it's a MIDI controller, but it does have a unique interface, and you do have to learn how to play it. I actually, I came up with this layout to play in 22 equal on the linnstrument. So, the linnstrument normally is not really that friendly for playing microtonal music, but I was fortunate to have access to a firmware, a custom firmware that this guy Kite Gudritis made. He's like a big microtonal figure. He's famous among microtonalists for his it's called the Kite guitar, which can play in 41 equal. And also he's made like tons of contributions to microtonal theory. But he made this firmware for the linnstrument and allowed me to test it. What's up, Johnny Swag? How you doing? Am I self-taught? I have taken lessons. Like when I first started piano, I took piano lessons for a couple of years. And then I had a bit of a break. And then I did study at college. I was a performance major for a little while, but I didn't finish. I did like 2.5 I did 2 full semesters, and then or I guess I did 3 semesters, something like that. And then I dropped the music program. I really did not like the music program where I was going. And don't really regret dropping. I kind of wish I would have studied music production instead of going for performance. But yeah. Do you play consumer? And here. Okay. Now we're on this chord again. And then expand this a little bit. Thing. What do I do here? There we go. And then you want to learn trumpet? Oh, that's cool. It's really hard, I've heard, to learn even how to make one note on the trumpet. And like I heard you have to be, yeah, very consistent with it too. because like it requires that you develop all this musculature basically in your lips and your face. And like you have to learn how to even produce a good tone. Yeah, your embouchure, however you say that. And yeah, I've just heard that like learning that just basic thing, like the learning curve is like really steep on trumpet, because just to do a basic thing and get a good tone like can take years of practice. So yeah, to teach yourself that is quite ambitious. I would definitely get a teacher. You can do happy birthday. I mean, shit. I mean, this, that's something. I guess you're on the right track. I was teaching myself violin for a little while, but I don't know. I just don't have enough time. I wish I had more time to do stuff. There's a lot of stuff I would do. I already feel like I do too much, and I like have a million other things I would also like to do. Yeah, just speaking just as a musician, I will say, just just keep doing it. That's the biggest thing. Keep doing it and keep doing it. If you give up for a little while, go back to it. If you get discouraged, the biggest thing is like you just have to keep trying. Like that really is the biggest thing. Like if you stop and you're like really intermittent, your progress is going to be so slow. You're more likely to quit. But if you do even just a little bit and just keep that consistent, make it a regular habit, I think on trumpet you kind of have to do it like all the time, or you'll the muscles in your face will start to atrophy a little bit, and you'll have to like start over basically. But yeah, you know, I'm a piano teacher, professionally. That's how I pay my rent and all that. And I tell the students and the parents of the students like, 5 to 10 minutes regularly is, that's better than you know, every once in a while practicing for an hour or two, because you accumulate. With the kids, it's not going to be an hour anyway. Maybe they do 20 minutes when they feel like it. But even if it's just a little bit at a time, it's just getting into the habit, making it a habit. And yeah, discipline is the most important thing in the beginning. When you require it, once it's a habit, it actually does not require that much discipline. But and also you can mitigate the necessity of that by just making it a small habit. Like if you go to it for a few minutes every day, that might require a little discipline, but not much. So, like do what you can. And, you know, I rate myself as being, at least with respect to developing habits, pretty well disciplined. But I do think over time it becomes less of a factor. And it also depends on how serious you are. But yeah, if you just want to just making it a habit, that's really the important thing. Because most people learning to play trumpet aren't trying to be Miles Davis. They're just trying to play some trumpet. So, assuming that's the case for you, I would just do a little bit, make it a regular thing. Relax and not dwell on the mistakes. It gets irritating when one day you feel like you finally got it, and the next time you play, everything feels up. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have. That's the other thing. Like when you regularly go to something, like I get that all the time doing the microtonal ear trainers and stuff on stream. I'll have a day where like I'm completely inaccurate on everything, and then I'll like have these random days where like it seems like I'm hitting everything. Like today I got two high scores. Like why? I don't know. It's just, you go through cycles where you're progressing, it feels good. And it's not like that just in music. It's like that in anything. Like I exercise regularly too, and like I'm always trying to like run more when I'm doing my cardio. And like I'll randomly like, for me, like if I get 6 miles in, that's good. That's a good distance. So like, you know, sometimes I'll get real close to 6 miles not even trying, and then like the next 2 days later I'll like barely push 4 miles, and it's like that's a pretty big difference, but what are you gonna do? But it's like that practicing pieces, you know, like that with everything. You were crushing your training app 2 months ago. You haven't gotten back since. Yeah, have you tried the microtonal one yet, Piliac? You're unmotivated, non-learner. Yes, absolutely. You learn only by mistake. I've been like that with a lot of things, especially when I was younger. Um, I'm still like that with a lot of things. I will learn, but not by choice. Dude, why can't I find this chord? Uh, yeah, plateaus are what breaks the consistency with anything. Yeah, and I mean, you know, you just gotta ride it. You just gotta ride it out, because eventually you'll find a new one. You'll find a new plateau. Like it's so frustrating when you like feel like you're stuck in one place. Like I've been practicing this one piece on and off for like years and years, and like I've, you know, I was making really good progress like 2 weeks ago, and then for the last, ever since then, like I peaked like 2 weeks ago, and then it's like just felt like I plateaued, and then I felt like I fell off, and like now it's like, oh, what the hell, man. But you know, it's literally like that with everything. You just have to keep doing it. You can back off a little bit when you're frustrated. It's fine. Sometimes you can't avoid it. You get a little burned out. You can't get 6 and 7s accurate like 50% of the time. You know, if you try that, probably would help though. Come to think of it. Yeah, honestly, I had the same. That's always been a weak spot for me. It still is, but like now that I've been doing the microtonal trainers, like my 12 Edo 6 and 7s are like way better. I've gotten way better. But I still like now my struggle is like the the microtonal 6 and 7s, like what, like I have a hard time separating the super major 6 and the sub minor, I mean, and the major 6. I do think that helps, like honestly, like just upping the ante a little bit. I think it like oddly enough it can help. I think it helped me. It may have just been that doing it microtonally, I was more interested in it, and it was less of a blow to my ego because I didn't really feel like I should be good at it. So it didn't like, you know, I wasn't like, oh, I suck. I should be good at this. I just felt like, oh, I suck because nobody even does this. There's no microtonal music. But it definitely has helped me for sure. You're uploading a tune, connections is acting up. Oh, you gotta go. All right, on doing. Hopefully you can get that uploaded before you head out, but if not, we'll check it out some other time. How do I feel about artistic expression in my music? I mean, that's such a deep question, and it's also a very interesting question because some people don't necessarily think it's that important. But for me, I'm definitely like I was interested. I don't even. Sometimes I have a hard time thinking of myself as a musician. Like I think of myself as an artist. Like that's kind of what that's like the thought process. That's kind of what's like inside me. And even before I got into music, I wanted to be an artist, and I've always like really wanted to do these creative things that I consider to be art in some way, whether it was visual art or writing or like poetry or like or music. So they all, to me, they're all the same. They're all the same kind of. They all stem from the same sort of impulse. And for me, it's like a necessity. Like I have to feed that, and when I don't, I kind of I kind of go to a bad place. And I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. I'm very driven to create, and music just happens to be the medium that I've been able to stick with. And so yeah, to me, it's of the utmost importance. It's like it's the whole reason I'm doing this. I'm not. Yeah, the instrument is an instrument to create art, exactly. And like sometimes I think, sometimes I think I'm like too artistically minded to even be a good musician. Like sometimes I think it gets in my way because I end up being interested in all these like weird details and stuff that are like I find them fascinating because of their novelty, and it's not necessarily things that make other people happy or mm, get get me any fans or anything, you know what I mean? I don't know. I definitely like I usually have something on my mind for my whole thing, like I usually have something on my mind. Like lately it's microtonal music. Like there's usually something kind of conceptual and I don't know if intellectual is the right word, but conceptual definitely, like something relating to the form of music and how it's constructed that I'm kind of I just keep thinking about it, even if I'm not thinking about it in an intellectual way. I'm just always thinking about it in this sort of abstract way. Like it's always coming up. Like I always want to like see it, and I always want to play with it. And I don't necessarily want to understand it to the point where I could write a Wikipedia article on it, but I want to have an experience with it. And it'll be on my mind all the time in that sense. Like I want to play with it, and I want to understand it in that way, like in what I would describe as an artistic way, which is like a creative way. Would you say you dwell on perfectionism when creating or practicing? I definitely am. I definitely am a perfectionist. Like I tend towards that end, but I also actively try to combat that because it it makes it impossible for me to finish anything. Fortunately, I think with most of the stuff that I produce, like weirdly, I think I'm more perfectionistic when I'm like learning like a piece of classical music. I think I get the most like OCD and like uh affixed on details and stuff. Like if I'm learning like a Beethoven piece or something. But when it comes to my own music, I definitely like try to achieve a certain standard, but I've gotten pretty good about like thinking of it in terms of like is this somehow like an improvement on the craftsmanship of my previous work? That's usually my standard. Like I want to demonstrate some expansive knowledge and craftsmanship in some way. And most of the stuff I put out, it's either I'm toying with an idea, like most of the microtonal stuff I've been doing, it's just been toying with ideas. But most of the stuff that I feel like is more like legitimate work that I'm like more proud of. It's stuff that happened after, like after all the focusing on the details. It's stuff that's more like a direct kind of expression of it's like more autobiographical and more personal, and it's more where like the craft is just I'm trying to express something beyond just this is what's possible in music. Although that ends up influencing the whole thing, because I spent all that time working on that before. But it's it's like I'm pissed off because it didn't work out with my ex. That's like 90% of what I put out. It's really just it's not more any more sophisticated than that. So I have that interplay between those two kind of things. There's like the fascination with um with the craft, I guess, and with what's possible in music. And I guess that's more like philosophical in a way. Sorry, my dog demanding attention. And then there's just like the, you know, I'm just a whiny dude and I want to complain to a bunch of strangers. And that's it. That's all I'm doing. Anyway, I should let my dog out. I will be back. I'm gonna put on some microtonal music. In the meantime, what should we listen to? Yeah, I do happen to be human still, yeah. Pull up some Zia since we were talking about her earlier. Zaya, however you say her name.
Wait, Subway did what?
Made it easy to build a $6.99 meal deal with any 6-inch sub.
It's okay.
Protect your family's dreams under our roof. American Family Insurance.
I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. From that amazing music to this bullshit. Let's go. There we go. All right. What's that? That part's weird. That's not right. There we go. And any thoughts on what is shameless self-promotion? I mean, any self-promotion that is done without shame. I don't know what you're asking. Like, what is too much? Like, what's too far? I don't know. If it's like a no, like if you're in a, I mean, I don't know. I think a little bit in most contexts is probably okay. I think a lot of the people who are good at self-promoting, well, hold on, let me think about this. I don't really know. I'm trying to think, like, when am I annoyed by somebody self-promoting? But at the same time, you're like so inundated with ads and stuff. Like, sometimes I see people, some band I follow or I know about, I'm acquainted with for whatever reason. Maybe they pay for an ad or something. So I start seeing their ad. If I'm familiar with them, I'm almost never like upset that I'm seeing an ad. It's just kind of like it's just like something you do in order to get yourself out there. Like, it's kind of just, I understand it as just part of the way the world works. And, you know, if I'm a fan of theirs, I kind of hope that the ad works. Now, I could see hypothetically, although honestly, I haven't really seen this. Like, so like, if you were to go on Zen Harmonic Alliance, for instance, there's a specific channel for self-promotion. You know what I mean? So unless you were to just like spam that channel to the detriment of other people, where like maybe if you scroll down the page, all you could see was Doman, Doman, Doman. And you saw like 10 Domans and like nobody else. That would seem maybe excessive, but since there's a space for it, it's kind of hard to. Well, yeah, but that's not excessive. Like posting once a week is fine. Because between one Friday and the next, there's probably another 10, 20 people posting. At least in a week. I imagine it's probably more actually. Favorite classical piece on the piano? Tough question. That's a tough question. There's only like 10. Oh, really? That's surprising. There's definitely more than 10 new microtonal pieces up on YouTube every week. There's probably at least like 20, maybe more. Probably some I don't ever even see or know about. Man, favorite classical piece on the piano. Or like solo piano? Man, I it's really hard to pick like a favorite. I'll say one that like really had a huge influence on me coming up and kind of like blew my mind at the time. When I was like 16, my piano teacher had me learning Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C sharp minor. And that was the piece that really got me interested in classical music. And I was just so moved by the kind of intensity and the passion of it. And she told me this story about how it was like supposedly about like a person getting buried alive. And she told me how Rachmaninoff was like 15 when he wrote it or whatever. And I was only 15 or 16 at the time, so I was like, holy shit. I don't think it's probably not the best piece ever written, but it's definitely like a damn good one. Definitely one of the great pieces. I don't know. It had like on a personal level, it had a huge impact on me. I really like Beethoven's Pathétique, however you say that. That's one of my favorite sonatas, especially the first movement. I just think the first movement is like one of the most well written pieces of music I've seen for piano. And again, it's not that there's probably like better pieces and stuff or more iconic or more culturally significant or more popular, but it's like I really admire that piece because it features a lot of like there's a lot of like juggling extremes like between like kind of the slow serious opening and then the like excited agitated like fast part that comes right after that. And then it changes. It's like a super modern kind of piece because it's very like it's like it shifts between like ideas kind of rapidly and in a way where like the ideas don't they're almost it's almost like abrupt in a way like how it changes like all the different themes, but they all work together. And he over the course of the piece like in the development he kind of like mixes them all up together in a weird way. Maybe not, but like it just all I don't know, it all works, but it's like always engaging. It's like it's weird for a piece of classical music because most classical music has some boring parts and you kind of expect that. But first movement of the Pathétique, I always just call it pathetic because I don't know how to pronounce it, is it's like not there's like not a boring part, which is really strange. Like I think every part of that piece is like interesting and kind of engaging. And I don't know. I don't really know many songs like even like the best Most of the best songs, like my favorite songs, even like there's some forgettable part. I guess it's kind of relative too, but I don't know. I just think that's a really well formed out piece of music. Yeah, for piano and just in general, it's just really well formed out composition. But yeah, do you have a favorite consumer? Ah, see you, Doman. People who have some subs don't post it. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Well, they do occasionally. I've seen Savage post in there. But yeah, you're mostly right there. You don't know anything about music theory, classical music? The Prelude in C sharp minor? Yeah, it's awesome. Another really good prelude. It's not as exciting or nearly as possible. I mean, possible as popular. Like nobody plays it. But he has a B minor prelude that is like it sounds so contemporary. It's kind of nuts. It's a really cool piece, but not. I don't know. It's got that one's probably more like that's something I really like. The C sharp minor, it depends on how far you take the depends on how far you take the development. The first the heavy chord sections are not too terrible. If you're a beginner, I wouldn't try. I would wait. I would learn something else first. I mean, even because the first part you're just playing chords, but you're jumping up and down the piano. But the middle section, but usually the middle section's played like with this crazy accelerando, meaning you're getting faster. And most people get quite fast there. And also the rhythm, like nobody plays it straight. So you have to like learn how to play rubato to play that section like well, at least in the traditional sense. The middle section is really where all the difficulty lies. And the middle section's I would say is advanced. It's not like you don't have to be a virtuoso or anything to play it, but maybe you have to be close to a virtuoso to play it well. But you could play it fine as a just like in the maybe if you're late intermediate, early advanced. Yeah, it's got really nice chords. The chords at the end are really beautiful too. Yeah, I mean Rachmaninoff has got some great stuff. He doesn't really have anything easy though. That's one of his easier. At least as far as I'm aware, he doesn't really have any easy pieces. That's like one of his easier things to play. He's really known like among like classical kind of snobs for his concertos. I think his like second or third piano concerto, I can't remember. It's like if you're a serious like concert pianist, it's like that's like a huge rite of passage piece. Um I did that wrong. Did some wrong. There we go. No. Sorry. I just did that. Yeah, I tried learning that prelude when I was like 16, 17, but I was not ready for it. I went back to it when I was in college and I performed it for recital 1 year. And that was like my peak as the being in the classical program there, I guess. It was like a big day. There is a video that's somewhere. I'm like I've thought about it every once in a while. Like, I wonder if I can find that video. I'm pretty sure it's on Facebook. I'd be curious to hear it because, like, I worked on it so hard. I'm sure it sounds fine, but my standards now are probably way higher. I wonder if I would actually even like it, or I would just like cringe at it. Part's so hard. This part's just, there's a couple ways you can play it because some of the notes are redundant, but guess I'll look into it. So when you're here, so nah, this is the way to do it. So okay, so okay. keep forgetting to put my hand down. Part's not hard on its own, but for some reason it's tricky when you add the left hand. I mean, yeah, when you have the right hand. No. Damn it. This is the part that when you break it down, it seems like it shouldn't be difficult at all, but then it still is. But then again, if you can learn it in less than 10 minutes, is it really that hard? I guess not. So that's another spot I keep slowing down on. And this part. Oh, this is the part I was just doing. So, Romeos. I've had that for a few months now. I started using it when Air Max was still coming in the stream, so it must have been before school started back. So, it's been a few months. But I just always forget I have it. I only say that because I remember when I first set it up, Air Max popped in, and I was like, do you like this? So, but yeah, I always just forget to put it up. I heard about it from Now and Zen. There's an interview with the creator. Yeah, I forgot about it until Variable started using it. And then I was like, oh yeah. That thing's awesome. You're busy with school and you have tests coming up? Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. It's the are y'all's school years the same? Like is it the middle of the year coming up? Or is it like the end of the term, or do y'all do like a year round thing? I don't know how schools work in Europe. After that, I should be a bit more chill. Oh, cool. Yeah, always. You're always welcome to drop in. Always appreciate your input. And yeah, or even just popping in to say hi is cool too. Starts early in the fall and ends late spring. Yeah, it's kind of how we do it in the U.S. I think we start in the fall and end in the. Yeah, it's like the exact same. We usually start in August. Start in August. Some states they start in September, but in Georgia we start in August and end in May. I want to say, like right at the beginning of summer, or like end of spring. I don't know what that is. I think it's somewhere in there. This is that part. Keep forgetting. Just keep forgetting we're at that part. I already practiced it. You heard you don't get nearly as many breaks. The school system where that like I teach a bunch of kids. I'm not affiliated with any school, but I know about their schedule and stuff because they all go to the same 2 or 3 schools in the same area. And compared to when I was a kid, they get way more breaks. Their summer there's like when I went to school, our summer break was like 3 months. It was actually too long. Like I was always ready to go back to school when the break was over, because for the last like 2 or 3 weeks, you're just like, okay, I just did what I wanted constantly for like 2 months straight. You start to kind of want some structure. I think especially for kids like me, I never had like summer activities, or I would go visit relatives and stuff, but basically just did whatever I wanted all the time. Yeah, they only get a 2 month summer break, but they get way more breaks than I did in between. Because when I was a kid, we had one break in the fall for Thanksgiving. I'm not including like minor holidays, but we'd have like a week off for Thanksgiving. We'd have like 2 weeks off for Christmas. And you'd get like some kind of longer weekends here or there. But yeah, you'd get that 3 month summer break. That was the big break. We'd have a week off for spring break. So you get one break in the spring, one in the fall, and then one in the winter. And the winter was the best one because it was 2 weeks. But the kids now, they have Thanksgiving break, they have an extra fall break. They have a break like almost every, I think they space it out like it's every month and a half or 2 months or something. They have like a week off. Like they have way more breaks, but their summer is a month less. But I think that's probably better because I think I think the summers for me were too long. Like I think I would have liked a 2 month summer break more, and more breaks in between. The school days are brutal compared to Finland. Oh, how long are you in school? Yeah, we did like 7 a.m. till 2:30 or 3, or maybe it was like 6:30 to 2:30 or something. But like my parents worked, so I'd have to do daycare after that. So I would literally I'd be at school from like 7 till like 5. Oh, it's terrible. I mean, school sucks. I never liked school. I was good at school too. I just hated it. It's so boring. I've never met a kid who's like, I love school. Well, maybe actually you do meet those kids, but every time you meet those kids, you're like, what the hell, dude? How do you like school? You have to be like really popular to like school, I think. This is that part. I keep forgetting. Damn it. We passed mandatory education, so it's harder now. It's almost 9 to 5, but not much homework. Some days have gaps and some end earlier. But first grade, you had 4 hour day. Oh, that's not bad at all. Yeah, 4 hour days. Good for a 7-year-old. Yeah, I wish they would do that. That makes way more sense. Because, I mean, kids don't want to sit in a room cooped up all the time. It kind of bugs me, too, because, like, when they come to their piano lesson, like, the place where I teach is, like, they're kind of, like, a lot of the clients are, like, they have a bit of money. And the kids are, like, so structured. I don't know if it's I don't know how much the money has to do with it, and how much it's just like how this generation is raising kids. But like the kids who don't want to come to piano lessons, it's because it's like almost always because they would rather be like bouncing off the walls or like running around outside. Like they have all this pent up energy and they were in school all day and then they have to come and sit in a tiny room and get another half hour of instruction. And it's like I feel bad for them, but there's not much I can do about it. Actually, there's not really anything I can do about it. I just have to do my job, which doesn't involve letting them run around. So, you know, I wish for those kids they could run around, you know, go outside and play and, you know, get out that energy and just like, I don't know. I had so much free time when I was a kid. And to me, that was like the best thing. In fact, I like never wanted it to end. That's the thing. That's probably the thing I like the least about school was like it always got in the way of me just, you know, doing whatever it was I was trying to do. You have no standardized tests. Holy moly, that's sick. Yeah, the standardized tests are so boring. Like you finish them so fast, and then like you're just sitting there with your head down, waiting on all the slow pokes. And I think there was like allotted time anyway. I don't know. School sucks. Yeah. I always forget this is this part. The secondary school was crazy boring. That was your least favorite part, but because it was driving everyone crazy, you did some wild stuff. That's where you made your favorite. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's nothing like being. I mean, you know, when you're like a young teenager like that, it's. I mean, for me, it was kind of a depressing time, honestly, but that's when I made like my friends that I made friends when I was 15. I'm still friends with them 20 years later. It was like from 15 to like 19. That's when I like kind of solidified my kind of friend group, I guess, and kind of learned a lot about myself. And that's kind of when I realized I wanted to be a musician. I was kind of fighting it at first, but it all happened around that time. And you know, early experiences with the ladies, which for me was not too great, honestly, but at least something happened here and there. It was still new, which is cool. Do I play Chopin? And you just, I don't know. The confidence you have when you're young is really great too. Something you want to, you know, hold on to. Mentality most people had there was you don't even care, you just gotta pass, please get me out of here. Yeah, I mean that's a common thing. I can't really blame most people. Do I play Chopin? Anyways, yeah, I do play Chopin on piano, not on this linnstrument. I don't play a ton of Chopin, honestly. I've unfinished way more Chopin than I've finished. And I got a arm injury, like it's been like 3 years now actually. Like when when I got the injury, I was working on like a 3 Chopin etudes. And because I got the injury around that time, I don't know if I got it because of those etudes or what, but I've been really reluctant to go back because I'm scared I'm gonna mess up my arm even more. But I've learned some waltzes, and I've learned the waltz in C sharp minor. I think it's 64, number 2 or whatever. And I learned some of that nocturne in E flat. I never finished it though. But I had like the beginning sounding pretty nice. And I've learned some random stuff when I was in college that I don't even remember what it is. I didn't even like it. Like the waltz in A minor. It's kind of lame. I don't know, like pianists are like really into Chopin because he wrote supposedly very pianistically. Like a lot of his stuff like he wrote so much for piano, and they're really good like solo piano works. So if you study piano, you have to learn a lot of Chopin, but I'm not saying he's overrated. He's obviously a great composer. And I love like his Prelude number 4. I know it's like a simpler piece, but it's just beautiful. And I really like Fantasy Impromptu, and I like some of the etudes a lot too. One day I think I'll try them once I kind of get my arm figured out. You're more of a guitarist. Paganini violin is unreal. Translates well to guitar. You know what? I'm curious why I haven't heard this before, because that is such a good point. Like, I know a lot of guitarists. I don't know any who learn Paganini. But most guitar players are not into classical music. Some of them are, but usually they're like kind of that old school metal style guitarist. Most of the guitarists I know are more into jazz and just like contemporary stuff. Not contemporary, like pop, basically. Like experimental indie jazz, those kind of domains are more who I've associated with for whatever reason. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear that. If you want to send me you playing that, or if you have some music you want to send. If you're on Discord, you can send me stuff on Discord. That's my username on there. You don't have to, but if you would like to, you are welcome to. I'll check it out. I'll check it out on stream. um, uh, what am I doing? Why did I mess up there? That's a weird spot to mess up. Yeah, the this MIDI controller, the linnstrument, it's almost like a hybrid of piano and guitar. Because it depending on the layout, but it is a grid. So I don't know how well you can see this on the camera, but it's all just a grid. And I'm doing microtonal stuff on here, so the colors correspond to like the blues are naturals, the yellows are flats, the pinks are fuchsias or sharps, and then blue is like in 22 Edo we call that down sharp, up flat. But yeah, the grid I do play guitar as well, not nearly as much as piano, but this is very much like kind of nestled right in between those two worlds. You're like augmented like 5485 instead of 542516. Oh, this is a good question. I don't really know. I was exploring different versions of the augmented in 22. Are those both in 22? I'm assuming. So in some instances I don't know where to go. So there's like this thing. Which is like just stacking just thirds. Then there's this thing, which is stacking super majors. And then there's like the just third, and then that's not really augmented though. That sounds pretty augmented. Are these the choices? I don't think that's augmented. I don't know what that is. It's almost like major with a diminished fifth, which is weird. It actually doesn't even make sense because it's well, I guess kind of does. Is it? No, it doesn't, because it's an A flat. 5485. That would be to the sixth, right? Excuse me. I'm actually kind of curious. What does the chords page say? Ugh. Giant. That must be this one. Let's see, augmented fifth. So is the augmented the down major? Sixth? Or is it one of these? Augmented is up 3. So it'd be the down major. So it'd be that doesn't sound augmented to me at all. A lot of Zen music is deeply rooted in heptatonicism, diatonic or not. Heptatonic. What does that mean? Does that mean like... I don't know what that means. Oh, 7-note scales. I see. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think like 7-note scales are like... I read before in this like what was it? It was like a journal for like ethnomusicological, however you say that. Yeah, it's like an ethnomusicologist journal or whatever. Ethnomusicology, however you put that. I don't know, it was like like basically the intersection of music and anthropology. I was like reading these articles from this journal, and like one of them was talking about, this was before I was even into microtonality. It was talking about most scales around the world are 7 notes. And they're like all these different tunings, but they're like 7 notes. They were like looking at like kind of more isolated, non-Western kind of music. And yeah, they were just like, yeah, all around the world we're seeing these 7-note scales. And so like I remember reading that and just thinking there's like this, I don't know. There's something about the logic of having 7 notes. Something about that like works for forming melodies, probably primarily, and then I guess the chords come from that, I don't know. Maybe vice versa, I don't really know. There's also a lot of pentatonic scales. Okay, yeah. I mean, I believe that, yeah. One thing I love doing when I improvise is playing pentatonic scale over like chords that probably would belong to like an 8-note scale maybe. You know, like not 8 notes in a chord, but like take like a 5-note pattern and like play it over like a complex string of changes, even like where it gets polytonal. But like it gets grounded by the it gets grounded by that pentatonicism. Like, you know, just take like a major pentatonic, nothing fancy. And just like do all these like weird changes underneath. As long as you keep them consistent, like almost anything can work. You can get some really interesting sounds. Like sometimes that like polytonal thing, it's almost like looking out. It's like looking through a window where you can like see the reflection in the window at the same time as seeing like what's beyond the window. That's kind of what it feels like listening to like stuff that gets like polytonal. Like there's like 2 images that just coexist. And like you can look at a window and it can be quite beautiful and you can see a reflection in there too quite vividly. It can still be a beautiful image. Like I feel the same way with like with music sometimes where the notes don't really fit together in the traditional sense, but they'll like coexist. this part. And that part, even though I practiced it. You love mild polytonality. I probably don't usually like it when I hear it, but I kind of like it when I do it. As narcissistic as that might sound, it's kind of true. I kind of like the way I do it. Yeah, I've heard it occasionally where I liked it. I usually don't like it, but like yeah, like a 1/5 apart usually works fine, even 2 sometimes. I know like Charles Ives was into that, kind of like 2 keys at once, sometimes like totally unrelated. I've experimented a lot with that, like just like doing bitonal. I haven't written a lot with it. But yeah, I like these. I like taking like stagnant, like kind of like a stagnant like background structure. Like I don't know if stagnant is the right word, but like a consistent like a simple like a simple voicing in the bass where like you're just like changing fifths, like you're basically doing like power chords. And then like whatever's happening in the melodic part, which or even just like the top part, because a lot of times I'll do more, like I'll do like harmonic stuff in the top, but like the bass will shift at a key and it'll keep this consistent voicing, and the end result will be something kind of polytonal, but it gets rooted in the it gets rooted by the consistency in the other part. It's like whatever you end up doing in the part that's kind of going out of key, since the one part stays in a key, it's just like keeps recontextualizing the main part. Like I think being like consistent in one of the parts, like you can do more. You can kind of branch out further from like what's normally comfortable. Savage does that sometimes. I'm not surprised. He does a lot of cool like he'll explore a lot of like interesting ideas like that. He does a lot of interesting rhythmic stuff too. When electronic people do like polymeters and stuff, they're like, man, y'all are cheating. I mean, obviously I could just do the same thing, but my relationship with polymeters has been much more strained because you know, usually I'm trying to learn how to play them. like a whole thing. Like it's a years long struggle to like do polyrhythms on the piano or any instrument really, and then Brian Deester does it too. Yeah, I do actually. I recall him doing some like polytonal kind of like, yeah, like mildly polytonal, I guess. Pretty similar to kind of how I do it. Yeah, actually I think my style and Brian Deester's are like they're definitely like noticeably different, but I hear him doing a lot of stuff that I've done or tried to do, or I'll hear something he does that reminds me of something I've tried to do. But yeah, he's definitely winning though, because he's like way younger than me, and he's probably he's already very good at piano. Actually, I saw a video of him. He was like playing Prelude in C with his left hand by Bach, and then he was playing. He was doing the Rickroll melody with his right hand, and I was like, oh, it's so funny. But I was also like, oh shit, why have I never thought of playing Prelude in C just with my left hand? Like it's not the it's such an obvious thing to try. There's even like Ave Maria is basically just that. It's just like Prelude in C with a melody on top of it. I was like, why did I never think of that? So like earlier today I was like, I'm gonna try that. And I was like going through Prelude in C with my left hand on the piano. Uh, Damn it. That part is always throw me off. I need to practice this bit. Maybe I should play like that. Oh, hey, Romeos, if you're still here, I was wondering earlier about like, I think you would probably know, like, are there any good like 22 Edo keyboards that are like not, like I was trying to find like I was like just wondering, is there like a 22 Edo keyboard similar to like how there's the Fokker organ? Like, are you aware of any like creative kind of keyboards or instruments that have actually like tried to do a 22 layout? Like when I was looking it up, all I saw was like a porcupine layout using the white and the black keys. Like it'd be cool to see like a, yeah, like a non-isomorphic or even isomorphic. I don't know, just like something that I saw like I think it was a porcupine layout. It looked so bad. Like it was just like white and black keys, but it was like 6 black keys or something, and then it looked like a nightmare to learn. But I was just wondering, like, there's no physical ones, but there's some theory. Yeah, it'd be cool to have like a physical 22 Edo, like if not piano, like a harpsichord or something. I don't know. Obviously, there's 22 Edo guitars, which if I can ever get the funds after I get a Lumitone, I'll definitely think about getting like a 22 Edo guitar and maybe a bass to match. Rearrangeable. Did you see? Are you thinking of Elaine Walker's Zen piano? Yeah. It's got like you can it's just standard keys, but yeah, you can like arrange them however you want. They're interchangeable. They just fit in like puzzle pieces basically. Or not puzzle pieces, but you know, like Lego pieces, I guess. I do like it, but I probably won't get one unless it gets like more. I would love to see like I'd love to see something similar to that, but like more like the Fokker organ, where you could actually like stack some rows. You know what I mean? It'd be sick to have like a, you could just like stack 5 rows and kind of do them how you want. Or even like a, I don't know, something like that. The Fokker organ is isomorphic. Oh, really? That would be sick. Just like what if they do a, I guess that's kind of what the Lumitone is. It's just the keys aren't shaped the same. I guess that's pretty much what a Lumitone is. This part. Archichembalo. Oh, how do you say that? Archichembalo?
Archisembulo.
Archisembulo. Archisembulo. That's cool. No. That is cool though. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, something like that would be cool too. Like, I don't know, just something where you could stack it. Like, it's just the horizontal thing where all the keys are the same size and they're standard piano key width too. Like a bunch of people in that, when she posted it on Facebook, like a bunch of us were like, how big are the keys? Like, hint hint. Like, some of us were more forward about it than others. Like, smaller keys would be better. But she's like, no, they're the standard size. It's like, I don't know, dude. I think it's gonna be like more exciting to people who aren't like as deep into it. Like kind of more beginners. They'll like the friendly layout of like the familiar keys and all that. So maybe like from a business standpoint, that's probably better. Should probably sell more of them. And probably even for the microtonal community, that's more likely to help it grow. But like, I think for most of us who are doing like kind of the style more like I'm doing, where you want to do like different tunings, you want to do larger tunings, like you're so limited by a horizontal layout. Like, it'd be nice to at least be able to go up to like 17 comfortably. If you could just like, or 14 or 15, like could you play an octave in 15, But to be fair, like the horizontal layout is just not friendly for larger tunings. But you could improve it by making the keys skinnier. I mean, you definitely could. And yeah, I know she's been doing that. She's just been rearranging like standard keyboards for like years and years, so it's like what she knows. And she's done the smaller tunings probably largely as a result of that. Like if you want to play like physical instruments and you're playing a keyboard, like good luck doing 22 on a horizontal keyboard. John Moriarty's newest isomorphic keyboard. What is that? I think this is the first time I'm hearing of it. I know I've seen that guy's name like a ton, but I don't even know. I don't even know what he does really. Generalized keyboard.
In order for a musical interface,
People will tell you, you can never be in Jalen's shoes.
Until you can.
With Circle to Search on the all-new Pixel 9 series.
Alright, here's a version of the most recently published isomorphic keyboard piano overlay. I've got the black keys colored differently so that you can more easily find your way around. And while I didn't like having that before, as it gets closer and closer to the original Halberstad keyboard underneath, just like as far as the ergonomics are concerned, I think this is not bad. And so, you know, here's C, D, E, F, G, and then here's D flat, here's C sharp, and depending on the context or what you're doing, the one that's the correct enharmonic choice should be the one that's actually closest in the vertical orientation to what you want. So C,
Oh, this is
D,
trippy.
E, C, D, E flat. You don't have to like reach way up here for what would normally, like if you're like C, D, E flat, it's pretty available. But C, D, D sharp, C, D, E flat, it's right in between here. I did find though that it's just this space in between on the flat section, between the taller thin sections with a bit of a chamfer that makes them thinner in the center. Even still, it's just a little bit too little wiggle room. I can pretty easily at least rub my finger up against the side one, and then, you know, I guess I'm not super likely to press down the key next to it, but that was enough for me to say, okay, I think I want to widen up the flat parts of the key and make the black keyish sections thinner. And so here is that, and this was not printed with different colors for the black keys, obviously. Oh, and I wanted to say about printing these, I was printing them sideways, and unfortunately, while it may have been like slightly more reliable in some ways, if there's any warping in that case, instead of warping
interested in like
bit,
how
so it's
that
not
would
really a big deal if this is just a tiny bit too high or tiny bit too low.
feel.
Instead, they warp this way,
So this
and then rub up against each other.
So this one is let's see. So he's got the white key and then he's got two. So is this just a 19? Is that what this is? I guess this would be 19 Edo. But how would it tell which key you're playing?
If this is just a tiny bit too high or tiny bit too low, instead they warp this way, and then rub up against each other. So that was also enough for me to decide, okay, let's get another version going. So here's the one with the wider, thin keys. So definitely got plenty of room to reach sort of in between the black keys. But I did find that the black key sections, the thinner sections, were maybe a little uncomfortably thin. You can definitely reach them and you can be pretty accurate, but I was thinking, okay, just a little bit wider. So this one has the wide sections 12.
Well, I mean, come on. What's the point? Now I think this is pointless. If he'll take that step, make it, you know, playing a 19 or something. Yeah, I was thinking it would be cool to have like a standard keyboard kind of layout, but like use like pressure sensitivity or something to like grid out the keys. Like if you could segment out the keys and like split the keys into buttons basically, where like if you hit higher up on the key, you would get one note. If you hit lower on the key, you would get a different note. It would be like halfway between a keyboard and a grid that's already been invented. What is that? It's called touch keys. That's kind of for McCombs.
This is Touch Keys. It transforms your keyboard into an expressive multi-touch control surface. But it's still a keyboard, so it's already familiar. With
that's
touch
cool.
keys, you can use adding characteristic
Yeah, like similar to that, but like segmented out. So like instead of it being continuous, it would just be like, you know, the bottom would be one note, and then you could even like maybe even like merge the sharps and the flats kind of. Yeah, it'd be like half. Oh, you can split the keys and stuff. Okay, I see. Yeah. So yeah. I mean that's probably better because since I mean depending on how you can split it, like if you can split, like if you could split every white key into 3 segments and every black key into 2, like I guess you could do like 31. I think that makes sense, right? Because a half step is 3. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then yeah, there'd just be like different, you could do different EDOs depending on like how many segments you turn one key into or whatever. I don't know that like directly recreating the Halberstadt or however you say that keyboard is like the way to go with that, but like I don't know. I like the idea of like kind of more just like layering key beds and stuff. Like similar to I mean, I think Lumitone is fine, honestly. Like I would be content with a Lumitone, but it'd be cool to just see different. It'd be cool to see some different ideas too. Cause I don't know. I'd be curious, like if you just said like, okay, let's do 22 Edo keyboard or keybed, whatever you want to call it. Because I imagine you'd have to have it like multi-tiered, at least 2-tiered, maybe even 3. Like on the virtual keyboard, it splits it into these 3. There's like 3 tiers. Like how would you go about like doing something comparable on a regular keyboard? Like I don't think you would need the white key to go all the way up. Like, you know what I mean? And like you wouldn't want to actually design something like, maybe I can see that. Yeah, you wouldn't want to actually design something like this where like this would not be easy to play at all. Like what could you do with a similar idea? Like if you cut the white key short, so the white keys were just at the bottom, and then you could have the black and the blue kind of where the black normally would be, and you could have the red in the center, so you could have like pyramids. I don't know how good that would be to play, honestly, but I don't know, I'm just thinking like what are some ideas you could do to like get an ergonomic playing surface where physically like a chord feels like that chord or belongs to a particular shape. There's sort of a, yeah, I really like that Fokker organ too. I bet it's like nice to play. You're stuck in diatonic land. Well, kind of. I mean, when you play piano, you're not stuck in diatonic land, you know? Once you learn all the keys, it's easy to move between them. It just takes a while. But the thing is that every key has its own feeling. And like that's something you lose in an isomorphic layout where it's like the learning curve is like smaller on a isomorphic keyboard, which is really nice. But the advantage of the learning curve on a piano is that you know where you're at without having to look. So in a way, it's easier to play just based on the tactile feedback. Yeah, how do you map something like 13? I mean, these are good. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, some layouts probably just, I don't know. Maybe isomorphic is the only way to, but I'm sure there's creative ways to do it. Like, I don't know. I mean, 13 Ito, like, I don't know. That's a tough one because it's also like, you know, other than like the greatest microtonal song ever written, what is good in 13 Ito, you know? There's only one good 13 Ito, and it is the best. Unless you're the absolute master who composed this, but what are we missing, you know? Who even bothers? No. Why? Because this is the best songs in 13? Or because I think it's a waste of time. Well, it's not a waste of time. It's just, I don't know. How many noobs are gonna go into 13? You know, other than this absolute goat. I looked at Line Boiler and I can't find like any music from them. Yeah, this is like the greatest. Surprising minute. Well, they'll try it, yeah, but do they stick around, you know? And 11 is not bad, honestly. If it weren't for 22, I'd probably spend a little more time with 11. 'Cause I really like 11. But since it's a subset of 22, this seems kind of pointless. Right, yeah. I think I kind of have like a side goal, like if it can work out, like I think since I've gotten so into 22, and I think I'm just gonna keep riding the 22 train at least until I get a Lumitone. And since I'm not gonna get the Lumitone as early as I was hoping, I think I'll have in a way it's kind of a good thing because I'll be forced to stick with the linnstrument. And I think 22 just like sits in that sweet spot for me for the linnstrument. It's like of all the smaller Itos, it's definitely like the most appealing to me right now. And anything larger is like a little cumbersome to play on the instrument. So it just really just seems to be in that sweet spot. Like I would possibly even be tempted to do like more 26, but it's just like it's right on that. It's right on that cusp. Like just the fact that I found the 5-octave layout. Oh, what's that? Thumbs down. The fact that I found that 5-octave layout on here, like I don't know. And yeah, I'm a huge Brendan Burns. I mean, Brendan Burns is maybe my favorite microtonal composer if I had to choose one. But so definitely like following his example to some extent. But yeah, I'm actually thinking like I don't know if I can somehow find some musicians in Atlanta that I could 22 pill or who already are. Like it'd be sick to try to do like a 22 Ito band at some point. Like I could get like I could even get like the guitar. I could get a 22 guitar and bass and just start recording stuff on my own. Like I'd have to learn guitar more. But I can already play guitar okay. It'd be so sick to do a band though. Like get a live band going and do some 22 stuff. There are microtonal musicians in Atlanta, but they're not like off this. I haven't heard of or met anybody who's like off the deep end like I am. Most of the people doing it are doing like they have like a couple extra quarter tones on their guitar, or maybe they like retune one of their synths a little bit. You know what I mean? It's all pretty mild stuff. It is happening though, and I'm sure that will grow. But so far I have not heard of anyone kind of really going for it. But I wouldn't even need someone who's really going for it. Like if I could just find someone who wants to do 22, like that would be sick. I'm definitely not going to just stick with 22. Like I know that for certain, but I do think there's a major advantage to really getting to know A tuning and to kind of specialize to some extent, because from there you kind of, if you get a little depth in a tuning, I think that will help you to learn the next one as well. And also like so many of the core concepts in microtonality like crossover. So from 22 you get a good taste of like 11 limit, to some extent I guess septimal, and 5 limit. And you know, you get to know the sub minors and the super majors in conjunction with the classic majors and minors. And like just that is like such a huge thing. And that belongs to like so many different tunings. So from there you're either expanding or shrinking, or maybe going at a different angle, like going more neutral or whatever. But yeah, that would be so sick. I hope, but I don't know. I don't even know how to go about it. But point being, I think I'm gonna ride the 22 train. I'm kind of just stuck here anyway. No Lumitone for a while. If they have quarter tones, you can totally 22 pill them. Yeah, maybe so, yeah. posted an ad on Craigslist like a while back, seeing if anybody was into microtones and they wanted to link up, but it got literally no responses. So I don't know. I don't know how maybe musicians around here don't use Craigslist. I mean, it's definitely active. Almost got this. What am I doing? Damn it. On a roll till the part that always ruins me. Yeah, the likelihood of actually getting a band together is like so small. Should probably like try to do like online collaborations. I think the potential for that is much greater. Or not, maybe not potential, but like the likelihood. Let's screw this up. Alright. Yeah, I think you're right. Probably is the way to go. I saw on Facebook like Brendan played a show with Zia Rose because they're both in or around LA. And like I've always thought like of all the places to move, I would probably like LA just because a lot of artists I follow live out there. I don't even mean musicians, I mean like just actual artists. Like I would go to gallery showings and stuff. For a while I was thinking like Portland seems like it has like a good microtonal scene. But Portland's currently kind of gone to shit. A lot of people are getting out of there. And but I don't know if there was like a city where like a pocket like emerged. I don't know, it might actually be worth it to just be around it, like be around real life people who are doing it. Like I don't really see a whole lot of promise for that happening in Atlanta. Like it would be cool. Like Atlanta musicians kind of I think they pride themselves on being experimental and open-minded and stuff, but I don't think it's to that extent. This part, dude. I did practice this part. Like it was the first part I singled out to practice, but it needs more. Why is this part so hard? It's so weird. I keep playing the wrong note there. I think I'll do the down D anyway. I'm still live. Yeah, I've been streaming forever. I don't have to teach until like kind of later in the day than I usually do, so it's sort of like early weekend, and I have a shorter day tomorrow too, so I get to sleep in, and tomorrow's my day off, so I'm kind of like I don't know. You know, I usually enjoy streaming, and I definitely enjoy practicing this instrument. So I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon, but yeah, I'm not too worried about it right now. I almost got this song down. That's really good. It reminds me of Irish people. Written by Edvard Grieg from Norway. Definitely European. I don't know what the influence was. Late 1800s. I know they were like, I think around that time, maybe it was a little later. It was either around that time or a little later, like all the European composers were like getting really into like folk music, especially from their own countries, but sometimes from other countries. And like a lot of the serious composers were like trying to capture the spirit of their people, basically. There's like a big trend for a while. And like even in the US, like Aaron Copland was like trying to tap into like the blues and stuff, which was like people were saying it was like the only distinctively American music, which I think is probably true. But yeah, they were doing that in Europe too. They were like taking folk melodies and stuff, and some people still do that now. They were like composing with like these. So I don't know if that's what this was. You can play MLS 3-1 at any speed. Wait, what? Oh, you mean it still sounds good? What is MLS? Moonlight Sonata? 3-1? Is that what that is? You're saying any of the 3 movements of Moonlight Sonata you can play at any speed? As someone who's practiced that 3rd movement like a ton, I will say it, the 3rd movement sounds like straight up ass slow. Like it's so painful slow. It's so bad. Actually that's part of the reason why that one is notoriously difficult. Besides the flashiness, it's really hard to practice because it doesn't sound good slow. Honestly, it doesn't sound that good medium either. Like I've seen so many performances of it that are like they're at a respectable speed, like 130, 140 beats per minute. Like it's not easy to play it that fast and to like play it correctly, like to keep it clean, but it really doesn't start sounding like Moonlight Sonata until, in my opinion, like around 150, 160. And like it should be faster even than that. Like my favorite tempo for it is about 180. 170 is pretty. It starts sounding pretty good too. Like I think it sounds like the piece at 150-ish. Like it starts to get that vibe, but like that's really not the ideal. Like it should be, yeah. Should be closer to like 180. Yeah, it's written at 200. It's written for 200, but I don't think I've ever heard it at 200. I've went through and listened to it and like tapped along with a metronome, and like I don't think anyone plays it at 200. I mean, I'd love to hear it actually at 200, but nobody does it at 200. Not even Valentina Lasista. Although her version is sick. But yeah. If someone could play 1838, they can play 200. What are you talking about, 1838? Someone played it at 8. Yeah, I mean, you could plug it in Reaper. You could play the MIDI at 200, sure, yeah, of course. I mean, to be fair, like the only reason I mentioned 200 is because I've seen it written as like metronome marked at 200. I've seen a video where this guy was talking about how it's marked for 200. And so 200 is like the quote unquote official number, I guess. But like, I've never heard it at 200. And I bet like Valentina Lasista probably could play it at 200, but it probably just doesn't sound good at 200. Like, she probably just played it at the tempo she thought made sense, because when you watch her play it, like, it doesn't really seem like she's maxed out or anything. Like, she seems like she's pretty much in control of all the dynamics and everything. So, you know, there's a good chance she could play it at 200 and maybe even faster, but she just, you know, she's just, her speed isn't consistent either. Like most classical pianists, she changes the tempo depending on the section and this and that and the other. Like, there's points where it's closer to 140, there's points where it's closer to 190, blah blah blah. You know, maybe for a bar she even crosses over, gets past 200. Who knows? I don't really recall that specifically, but when you're playing with the tempo, it's definitely possible. Well, you know, like there's parts in that piece where you really want to slow down and speed up, like in the cadenza, of course. Like, you don't want to, like most classical music, you don't want to play with metronomic timing. It just sounds too robotic and uninteresting. Like, a big part of like playing classical rap is like learning how to play with tempo, which for contemporary musicians is like a big no-no in general, unless you're like a solo performer. But like, if you're playing in a band, you know, sure, there's mild deviations in tempo and stuff with it, especially like a tightly knit band and stuff. But like, say you're like a random musician playing with some group for like a gig or whatever, like, you're not gonna speed up and slow down. You're gonna keep a relatively constant speed. It's basically gonna be determined by whoever's on drums and whoever they're listening to. So yeah, and like a lot of classical music, like especially like solo rap, like the tempo should ebb and flow. And even like orchestral pieces, like the conductor is like a big reason why a conductor is so important is because they're constantly keeping the timing in check. Like, it's not consistent. You normally can't set it the whole thing to one click, you know. I think that's a really cool element of like classical music in particular that's usually missing nowadays, because we do everything in like a DAW, and like we have a metronome, we have a grid. Even if we're not playing to a click, we're playing to like a drum track, which is, you know, metronomically perfect. Even if we put like micro timing deviations, we're not usually changing the overall tempo. And I don't know, it's kind of a cool feature of like, you know, older music and different styles of music that actually use that. Tried to get my band, like several of my bands, to do that kind of stuff, like, and it was always met with resistance. I did talk them into it though, but we always like had to use a click at some point. Because when you record it, maybe not every time, but like, there was a song I did in this band, Gloom Soup, and what we like we did this accelerando section, but we had the starting tempo and we had the finishing tempo. And what we did is we recorded the drums first, but we were all playing, we were a three-piece. We all played together at the same time so we could listen to each other. And he had a metronome fade in to his ear, like after we had like ramped up the first tempo for a little while. So that faded in, so he knew what to lock into. And so by the time, so we had like a destination point, and we just kind of bridged. We had a starting and a destination point. And we just bridged the two kind of together by ear. But there were like problems because we tracked everything separately. Like ideally we would have done that and live tracked the whole song, because then we would have had that take and everybody would have been really locked in. But like I had to go back over it and like impromptu the same like tempo change, and then the guitarist had to do the same thing, overdubbing on top of my thing, and like it's not quite the same. But I mean it did work fine. The average song is about 2 to 3 minutes. I'm lazy. I mean, you know, things, people's attention spans change for the most part. They do and they don't. Because, you know, while the short form content has like really blown up, and like, you know, like TikTok obviously and Instagram and all that, like people still binge watch TV shows. If you think of like what level of a time commitment that is, there's still like a lot of space for like long form stuff. I think we're not used to treating music that way, generally speaking, but I think there's ways that it can be done. Like maybe considering like releasing things in smaller chunks, so it's like a like I'm thinking about doing my album as like a serial release. Like I'll do like the first 3 songs, and then I'll do like the next 2 or 3. Like I'm thinking about like releasing it in batches, also because it takes so long, and I'm like not putting out any new music while I'm working on it for the most part. It'd also be a way to just like keep putting out stuff. But because then if anybody is actually interested in it, maybe they'll want to like hear the full thing at the end. And that's, I mean, that's kind of how like watching a TV show is. Like you can just watch one at a time, but if you really like it, you'll binge it. But like having the option to treat it as a short form thing or a long form could, I don't know, could have potential. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna give this a couple more tries. I really wanted to finish this today, but might not be in the cards. Thinking of it that way makes you wonder why they made their track. You're talking about like why is classical music, why are the pieces so much longer? Well, because you know you didn't have like the radio. You couldn't like pull up a song on your phone. You had to like go see a performance. So unless like people would play music for each other, but you know, like it was more common for people to play instruments for entertainment, like at home. Like kind of like how families like play board games or play solitaire or play video games. You know, more I think more people saw music as like a source of like personal entertainment, but something you had to like learn how to do. It's a lot harder to consume music. Like if you wanted to see, like you'd have to go to a performance. So if you're gonna go to a performance, it's like it's more akin to like going to see a movie in the theater. So like you would go and you would hear like, you know, you'd listen to music for like an hour or so, 2 hours. I don't know the specifics, but yeah, you know, you'd have concerts and people would go see concerts. And that's when you would hear the music. So if you wanted to hear the latest Beethoven, like you couldn't get it on your phone. You could get the piano transcription, hopefully, but probably not until years later. So like if you really wanted to hear Beethoven, you'd have to like go see Beethoven. You know what I mean? So if you're there for you're just gonna try to get the most music you can out of that. I don't know how long the concerts were. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like quite long. Like I know operas tend to be pretty long. Like 3 or 4 hours is not uncommon. I think some are even longer. So I don't know how the concerts went. Like I don't know if they did 2 4-hour events. I don't know how that worked. If it was just an hour or whatever. But yeah. And you know, I'm sure there are like kind of more amateurish groups that would perform kind of the popular music and stuff, but that were easier to see. I don't know if, but I don't know. I don't really know. Get the engineering degree so you can time travel. You wonder how much he charged. Beethoven? I don't know. I don't think musicians back then didn't make a ton of money. Beethoven maybe did, but he really advocated for like better treatment of musicians. Like a big reason we kind of put them on a pedestal today is because Beethoven's influence. Like even like when he was coming up, musicians were not like revered the way they are now, except among other musicians. They were basically second-class citizens. There were a lot, you know, like the common street musician, they were like traveling like gypsies or whatever. They tended to be like they were like next door to homeless. They were considered like a similar social standing to like prostitutes and stuff in Europe. But like some of the really good composers like had they had like basically a rich person like kind of like owned them. Like they weren't technically a slave, but like they would write music specifically for some noble person. So like a lot of the like famous composers had like a steady like commission from like some rich person. Again, I don't remember the specifics, but like I'm pretty sure like Haydn like worked for this particular duke or whatever, and same thing with Mozart. Like Mozart, I think did different work for different events and different people and stuff, but I think he did have like a steady source of income from like this particular noble person. But even Mozart, I'm pretty sure was never, you know, I don't think he was ever like rich. I'm pretty sure he died like kind of broke, and he was like people knew what he who he was. Like they knew the extent of his genius, but they just didn't respect it. But like Beethoven was a big reason why people started to respect musicians, because he just he just presented it in that way. Like his attitude was just like, you know, we're geniuses. We composers are geniuses and musicians are artists, and what we're doing is great and important. And like you know, he brought a lot of pride and like ego into it. And I think also the story of Beethoven is so compelling because, you know, he like went deaf and still composed, and it's just such a compelling personality and person in life. And he I don't know, he just elevated it. people treated Beethoven differently, and they started to look at composers differently, and it just influenced the whole scene afterwards. My words remind you of Leaky. I must be like deliriously tired right now. His music is awesome the way it's still made after. You talk about Mr. Leaky 666? Oh no. Do I think you started watching at number 98? I have no idea. You you've been here for a while for sure, but I don't know if you've been here that long. Oh, you did? You did? Alright. That's a bizarre autocorrect. Oh, damn it. I don't know how people do those 24-hour streams. It's like, I've been streaming 5 hours and like, my throat is like getting so hoarse. So close. You think I should call? I'm so close to finishing this song. I mean, I just want to finish it. Just get one solid take through, and I'll get here. I'll be out of your hair. What? That's right. So close, so close. Why do I keep forgetting that chord? That's so weird. Ah, see. Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I did get a little sloppy in here. I'll give it another go. I keep like thinking about this A chord because I have to shift my hand and it's like messing me up right here. Like, that's close. It's still messed up on the same spot I always mess up on. Oh, that's so hard. All right. I got the hard part just to mess up right here. Terrible. What? Why do I keep messing up here? Let's start over. That's wrong. I keep playing it faster. I'll slow it down just a bit. Not really supposed to be fast anyway. Yeah, I'm still here. How's it going, dude? Getting pretty tired. Starting to feel a little loopy, but I'm like so close to finishing this song. That's so close. I keep messing up in the same spot. Also keep rushing. It does not have to be that bad. I basically just started playing it by muscle memory, so that when I actually looked at it, I didn't know how to play it anymore. That's frightening. You fell asleep on accident and then your alarm went off. Air giant suit. The first part of that was pretty coherent, but the pair giant suit. So close. I'm gonna snipe at the same spots. It's just very, very weird move. More guitar-like than piano-like. That wasn't bad. How long has it been? Yep, 5 hours. Long stream. Maybe I'll give it one more go. A little slow. Keep rushing it. Yeah. It wasn't earlier. When I started this, it was too early. When I was in college, when I practiced the piece, like the way I've been doing the linnstrument, in these silly kid pieces is I'll just play it until I can play through it like once, and it's like pretty good. Like the rhythm's good, the notes are all there. But when I was in college practicing piano, like that would never be good enough. I would practice it. I'd play it like 10 times, like exactly correct before I felt satisfied. Granted, I just started playing the instrument, so I don't think I need to push myself quite to that extent, but it's like I do think about that sometimes. Like playing through it once really is not that. It's not like it's just playing through it once. Like it doesn't mean you can do it consistently. You know, it's really you want to be able to do it consistently. But it might be, I don't know, it might not be an efficient use of time in this early phase. I still keep messing up on the same spot every time. I don't know why it's so hard to remember. I guess it's because I'm just staring at a bunch of colors. I only vaguely understand what any of them mean. College practicing is nutty brain. What'd you play in college? I don't what do you play, Mr. Leaky? Or do you relate in some other, well no, you said you did music theory class. Well, except for the very end where I choked. That was pretty solid. That was pretty good. Barrett brass instrument? Baritone brass instruments? Oh. I'm getting delirious. Too tired. I've had, I mean, a little sloppy, but the rhythm was clean. That was good. There we go. Nice. There we go. Damn it. Hey, Bowman. It's been a second since I've seen you. How's it going? I don't speak Russian. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. I doing wrong here? Now every time I get a really solid take, I choke the ending. I was a little sloppy at the end, but that was quite good. Little slop in there, but that was also pretty good. Pretty minor mistake at the end, I missed that note. Again, I like sort of screwed up the ending. Like every time I know it's really good, it's just lose it at the end. The ending's not even hard. Alright, anyway. I should probably call it. As I did good enough. I kind of think I just got addicted to practicing that. Maybe one more time. Yeah, that was quite solid. Okay, now I am actually going to go. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. It's definitely like probably the most viewed stream I've had so far. Like just during the stream. But and I think I've had the most concurrent viewers on this stream too. But I think it has to do with the vague title. Probably a lot of people who came in didn't know what they were gonna see. And maybe still don't know what they saw. Not really sure. Anyway. Also, I did stream for a really long time, so that doesn't hurt. But yeah, no stream tomorrow, but I'll be back day after tomorrow. Gonna be doing more linnstrument. I'm gonna be mixing some Doom Salad stuff. Maybe learning some more theory. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks everybody who checked out the stream today. Have a good rest of your day, night, morning, whatever. It's morning here, but I'm about to go to sleep. And yeah, have a good weekend. See y'all next time.